Is it work? It is working. Okay. A little bit late. If the fan noise is too loud, I'll probably turn my fan off. Yeah, that actually sounds quite loud. Hang on. Let me do it like that. If I do it over there. Still a nice breeze. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm late. Okay, yeah, YouTube's live. YouTube delays a bit more. So Ace Attorney.
Mark and Samantha have tied themselves in knots trying.
Why did it put an ad? Jump scared. I thought I muted it as well. Just straight up jump scared me. Was not prepared to be scared. Okay, there we go. I think I've done it right. Yeah, okay. Let's just get into it. Last week. What happened last week? I actually wrote a synopsis from my memory. Last week, Miles Edgeworth discovered that his car was actually a crime scene, but the murderer is his boss. What crazy. Anyway, okay, yeah, that was my summary. That is how I would... Oh! And save scrubbing. That is how I would describe last week. In a nutshell. Okay. Wait, I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. I'm confused right now. I am so confused. Contextually, I'm confused. Okay, is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused, you're doubled over, your back is bent. No, he's fine now. It can't be! This can't happen! I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Realized Phoenix was competent sometimes? I don't know. Okay, well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. I am so confused. It seems the prosecution is quite beside himself. Oh, we got a mystery. Excuse me. Knock knock. Who's there? Who is that? What's with this guy? A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. His eyes! Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? I'm wondering... I swear this whole case just feels like it's a dream. It's you. Is he not gonna talk? I guess he did talk. Oh, sorry I'm late. Gee. The roads are packed, it's just me. Long time no see, Gee? How you been? Swim much these days? Is Archie the judge? Ah, hello. No, I've been so busy. Okay, Archie is the judge. Busy, smizzy, Archie, my boy. You'll have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Archie seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? This is a good question. So you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Hello. I am still confused right now. Thanks. So sorry about our little Worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometimes, jolly. Little Worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Oh. chief of police. He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Okay. The pools. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Damon Gant. What pun is that? Pleased to meet you, everyone. Okay. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy. Yeah, look at the poor fellow. I mean, he does look a bit... It does look like he's having a bit of a moment. I just thought I'd help you out by bringing this. That's a scarf, right? Hey, that's my sister's muffler. Muffler, not scarf. I guess it is scarf, I would say. I don't know if it's picking up my fan. If it is, oh well. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. Nuh-uh. When the crime scene occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. This guy is sus. Alright, good. On little Wivvy's car, no less. I am still confused. Okay, we've got more evidence. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Okay. Oh, Edgeworth didn't like that. Chief? What kind of outfit are you running? Okay. Mr. Edgeworth. How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? This is also true. If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Also true. Now wait a minute, Worthy. I don't think Edgeworth's happy. I have no desire to hear- wait, I'm telling you to wait. I did not click to skip that. Or didn't you hear me? Okay. Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Okay. Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. Wow. So they're blaming Edgeworth. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. I mean, wasn't it that cowboy patrol officer? I've forgotten his name. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Okay. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor. Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. I see. He doesn't want any objections. I guess I don't get to click anything. Okay. It's a switchblade knife. Is it gonna make me analyze? Okay. I mean, there's a stain on there. Is this button right? Yeah. Well, can I analyze? No, I can't analyze anything else. Okay. Alright. Don't scare me like that. Okay, that's broken off. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Interesting. Switchblade knife added to the court record. So this was wrapped in the defendant's muffler. So that's what cut her hand, probably. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing, not a problem, not even a little one, really. I don't like this guy for some reason. There's something sus. This just feels like a blame Edgeworth thing right now. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Okay. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. Oh, this... What? Wait, you also have the... I've got it pink right now. If that's close... Unless it is showing the pink cursor, right? Okay, the time of the crime. 5:15. Scary coincidence there. Yeah, I changed it a couple of weeks back. I kind of wanted a different cursor, and I prefer it. I prefer it on the default. It's not officially linked to this case year. Well, this year case, so I can't talk much about it. Okay. So... There was a murder at the police department. A detective. That's hush-hush information, Udgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Objection!
Oh. Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. This is true. This is very sus. Order, order, order. Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think the info's gonna get out. I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Judge is like, sure. Very well, however, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Okay. So time to push everything. Department in disorder. Okay. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Why is it special? Excuse me. Special. It's in red. Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. Okay. So, is there... 5842189. Hang on. That is an SL92. I'm just trying to see. SL92. I'm. Well, that. Hang on, that. Wait, how do I? There's literally this. Can I? Am I jumping the gun here, thinking to push this? Hang on. It's upside down. It's written from his POV. I've seen Danganronpa, right? I know what they do in the first episode or something. Spoilers. Let me just... Safety. Alright, so number 1. I'm also gonna double save. Thinking from my mistakes of the past stream. I'm gonna just present this right now, because I think that is... Yeah, okay, I'm doing something. Wait a second. It was written from his POV, which looks like an upside down... no, anyway. At last, an honest to goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! An honest to goodness what do you mean from Udgy. This is great. Yeah, Leon. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Because the note. Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. Which is upside down. Come on, can I turn it around? What's this? 6 minus 7S, 12-2. Come on, Phoenix. Your Honor. It's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? You get SL9. The second or the 21st of February is... I always get confused because I guess in America it flips, right? Like it's month then day. But yeah, it's day then month, so yeah, it throws me off. Aha. Yeah, the spellings as well. I'm able to kind of ignore the spellings, but the dates always throw me off. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. He was in a panic. SL9, that's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. This is very sus. I feel like this whole thing is to get Edgeworth fired, maybe. I don't know. Or I don't think they like him. No, we don't have a 21st month. Nuh-uh. Order. Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out the bag. You win, righto. I win? Ah. What game is this guy playing? I mean... I feel like he's speaking... Oh, do I not get to push anything else? Okay. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. What a mess. Okay. Well... Hang on. Going back to the memo. No. Well... No, that's already upside down. No, I was gonna go with another thing, but that's only if it was... If it was written the British way, the 2 would have been there, which would have looked like 515 maybe from a different angle. I don't know. 518 was the 518 was the call. Yeah, the parking lot was Edgeworth. Let me have a look. So I feel like I've done everything I can with the knife and the memo. I feel like this probably means something. I mean, I know the intro did like a whole like mirrored effect last week for it, so I'm wondering... It's probably something, I don't know. A detective was killed. It's not officially linked to this here case. No, that's also true. Okay, let me press everything from the start. So this knife, it was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? Was it, in fact, a murder weapon? Nice. Good show, little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. That was a bad day for the department. Okay, let's push that. We'll press that. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, right, Toe, my boy? Sharp, hungry. So something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? I mean, can't ask if he doesn't know. No matter, I understand you were busy, what with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? Okay, a detective was... Yeah, okay, so he jumps to this. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Archie? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. Okay. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, righto? I suppose I could help. If you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing, and one thing only. Oh, come on! Well, I already know these two, right? Because don't I already know how the victim was killed? Because I thought, did he say it was stabbed? Actually, no, I know it was in the police department, and I know when. So maybe it is the how. Well, 1 second. I just gotta It is suspected to be the knife, yeah. And I think they said it was at the police department, so the other two have to be already answered, I guess. I'm sure they said 5:15 for the one body. Yeah. Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the Force call a stabbing with a knife. A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit we're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. It seems like I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder. Okay, so I gotta press again. Can I push again and ask a different question out of curiosity? I wanna know. I kinda wanna know. I assume I can't. Because I've already... No, I can ask multiple questions. This is a loophole. Let me just check where the victim was found. I want to go through them all. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. But I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second, I have heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? Okay, so this must actually be something useful then, maybe. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So he was killed in the evidence room, but the knife was stolen. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Happy we just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Okay. It's not officially linked. Okay. Hang on. I still want to push. It skipped me to 2 ahead again. I want to know what the last option does, just to know if there's anything from that one. So it was when the victim died, which I think is just 5:15. So when did the murder at the police department occur? Now that's a sharp question, Righto. Very sharp. Well, my boy, you're gonna love this. The time of... Oh, okay. Okay, so the whole point was... Okay, so... Yeah, they've basically given the same thing. So, department and stab... Oh, evidence room, stabbing, and 5:15. I mean, that's 5:12. Died within an hour and a half of 4 PM. I'm just checking what I've got as... So that's 5:18. The word muffler was over here during a call made to Emma. So she said muffler because she had the knife in the muffler. But the car got in at 5:12. Okay, so... Let me push that just... I want to push everything so I don't miss stuff. 5:15. But that's when Detective Goodwin... Okay, so it was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Okay. Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incidents. It will continue to the... Okay. So I gotta press this and I probably gotta present evidence, I assume. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. He's gonna ask me how. Hey, you don't say? Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. Okay, I don't need to do anything. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. Wait, was Edgeworth is helping. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. I feel like the chief of police is trying to help without actually directly helping. You two make a good pair. It took my man 2 days to find out what you deducted, right? Or what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? He's gonna say no. He's gonna say no. Oh, okay, never mind. Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? Okay. Is he gonna say, I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim? But you just said you'd cooperate. I feel like this guy isn't allowed to say. But there's like, I don't know, he's maybe talking in riddles to try and get the answer out without him directly saying it. I don't know. If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. The victim's ID number, I think, because we've already got the ID from Goodman. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. Keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is, and it'll match the number we have now. Like, it'll just, yeah, I know it's, that looks, I could be wrong, but I'm sure there was a 189. That is, yeah, well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82, I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? It does. The ID number of the victim at the police department, 5842. This does tell me something, actually. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does, I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? No, he doesn't actually know. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. So I gotta press for the ID card. So you say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Yeah, that's literally it, yeah. Wait, why did I saw it go red and panicked a little. Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on a prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. Wait, what? And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. Okay. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Uh-huh. Is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember. This is the ID of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personnel's IDs are top secret. This guy, he screams to me that he's just giving the info without, like, taking accountability for it. Like, it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just say this ID number that there's no way you could link to it. Knowing that we might have found an ID at the crime scene. Actually, the evidence was probably intentionally... Wait. Because last week, right, the cowboy guy wouldn't let us check the scene until the other guy, Gumshoe, gave permission. So maybe he scattered evidence like this around the scene intentionally because of the chief of police or something, because they've been told not to say stuff. I don't know. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. Yeah. The silence. And this means... Oh, he doesn't even... This means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. No. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189.
Objection!
Why is he objecting? Wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? The silence. Oh, sharp as a tack, Raito. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room at the exact same time. Why is he objecting? That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time, and in a completely different location? The chief of police is just standing here grinning the whole time. Like, he knows. He knows. Now, what I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Oh, he's not happy. You saw those eyes. Or didn't you hear me? He doesn't like people not waiting. The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Oh, he refused to let him in. He kicked him out. He was like, yeah, I don't want to hear anything right now. Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait. Aha. Uh-oh. This poor guy. He was just gonna tell him. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Oh, no. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me, he said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. They're trying to get rid of Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Oh no, why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then Oh. I feel like the outcome here is to get rid of Edgeworth. I don't think Lana Sky matters. Like, I feel like my theory right now is that Edgeworth was supposed to be the one to find the body. Because it was literally in his car. They used his knife, supposedly. That's what Emma said. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What? Now what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright. Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. Oh no. Oh no, Edge. The connection was just proven by Raito over there. Or over here. Good job, Raito, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. Edgeworth is just like, I hate you. No! Phoenix... the Phoenix doesn't know the rules of court, no. He was carried by, Mia, who's now gone, so he has to do this on his own. It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened, if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I feel like Edgeworth was supposed to be framed for this murder. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you! Okay, whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. Okay. Alright. To be continued. Or is it? Right now, I've made 0 mistakes, actually. Second half is like everything just came together. Actually, no more overwriting. Just the one save for now. Okay, February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Writing co law offices. Okay, so Mr. Wright, so 12 more hours? No, there's not 12 more hours of this one case, is it? I've done the first bit, right? There's just like 2 more bits, right? What's going on with this case anyway? I'm a little confused. I'm also very confused. Well, let's see what is going on. The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. I mean, at the moment, he must have died in the department's evidence room and got somehow put into Edgeworth's car. And I think Edgeworth was supposed to find the body, but Lana Skye found the body, which messed up everything. And I think that's also why she's saying she did it, so Edgeworth doesn't get arrested. I don't know. What's this? And the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out, or try to at least. Alright, let's do it. I'm glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Okay. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? But they could have delayed the reporting of the crime though, right? The police department. Doesn't that just mean they found the blood in the police department at the same time? I don't know. Huh? Look, we're in this together. Right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. It's not a conspiracy. Okay. Parking lot. Angel Star, is she gonna be here? You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? That's probably where the murder took place. Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum, kicked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. I think she actually did. Because my theory is still that Edgeworth is supposed to be framed for this right now. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Heh heh. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is Luminol testing fluid. Science. Luminol. Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll send you these glasses. Oh, I'll lend you these glasses, not send. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Everything is red. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this. See. Okay, so press enter to spray on it. Okay. Let's find us some blood stains. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna just click. Right. I'm not pressing enter, I'm clicking. Is that the only place where there's blood? Not on the car, but on the floor. Oh, you would tap. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, you'd use like the little pad. I would have thought there would have been blood in the car too. I guess it's more about washing it down though. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So is this a blood stain? It's so, Emma, you're shaking. It's just this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? I think it's the bloodstain location. Because if the body... This is supposed to be the body, right? This bandagey looking tape thing. And that's the heaviest pool of blood, where that's lightest, so like that kind of implies it went like that way, no? I don't know. Like it was moved from there. I don't know. I think it's the location. Why, the bloodstain's location, of course. It's elementary. Huh? Why is that elementary? I mean, I would think that if there was a fight, you'd expect some bloodstains here. I keep thinking from the thought process that the body was moved here. I suppose you might think that. Come on, Mr. Wright, we're all counting on you. There is something odd about this bloodstain. But if it's not the location of the blood, then maybe it's the amount of blood that's odd. Okay. I mean, I think they both lead to the same outcome, though, possibly. The location and the amount. I definitely think so, too. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, they'd have to have been more blood than this. I feel like they're both the right answer. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? It's probably gonna come from the security room. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. It's not impossible, the body was moved, Ape. Luminal testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Skye. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. No, we gotta force it. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light. I think they're just not allowed to... I think they're being told not to give the evidence. But I feel like there's loopholes where you can force a scenario where they have to. Yeah. It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Angel Star? Yeah, okay. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Does she like us now? Mister! You only trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad, you two. This day old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead in doesn't really get my mouth watering. I'm gonna ignore her for the moment. How do I hear a phone? Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. I want to spray things. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. What is... Have I got... Oh, have I actually got a... Hang on. I've actually got a... Yeah, okay, there's blood there. So... The vents, the oil drum. So the phone has stuff on it. Ah, I clicked off screen. So it's literally just the phone right now. I probably gotta spray at the evidence room, I'm guessing. Wait, have I gotta do it while this is spraying? Oh. So apparently there's nothing on the door. Just to double check. Okay, now I can check. Maybe I didn't spray it enough. So we've got, I think that's 5 inputs, so maybe 3. No, not 3, 4. Pretend, look, I can't tell if that middle one. Anyway, this blood must be from when Lana. No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime, she called on her phone though. And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. This means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. I feel like Lana would know that her sister has this spray. I feel like there's gotta be more. I don't think there's any more here. I'm just checking everywhere. Okay, I think Lana didn't do it. Lana is taking the fall here. Let's talk to Angel Star. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Oh, she's gonna get angry. Oh, hey, Flix. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Hear me out. I have a theory. What if he was already dead when she stabbed him? Or what if he was already dead? I don't know. No, because like I feel like he was already killed somewhere. But what if she stabbed him to make it look like she's the murderer, and that's why there's not much blood because most of the blood's already gone? I don't know. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah, I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. Like, I don't. Oh, I feel like she must have not actually killed him. But she's making it look like she killed him. Because I am convinced that Edgeworth is being framed. I don't know. She has a soft spot for Edgeworth, I don't know. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? And for some reason she keeps insisting she killed him. Hello, Johnny Test. So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. That's why she's the cough-up queen. Coughed it up. They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. That is her name. No, I don't think Lana was framing Edgeworth. I think Edgeworth was being framed because the whole talk of this case at the moment is there's rumors about Edgeworth having dodgy practices as a prosecutor, but also the chief of police was just like, yeah, you're doing a terrible job. So I don't know, but I can be an angel too. Okay, I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect, and before long they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go. Fired. I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. Okay. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident, which is also related to that knife. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... I'm guessing I gotta present this. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. I presented the memo. And on that note, I guess both would have led to the same thing. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. Interesting. As I suspected, the SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Can I present anything else here? I feel like this won't do anything, but I just want to see. Could you take a look at this? This feels like a... You? Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at it. Okay. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it. So that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Is it gonna be the same... Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm gonna skip through if it's the same dialogue. This should get a different outcome. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. You lying was the problem. It was. Listen, little girl, I had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't gonna have it disregarded again. Just like that time. In the SL6 incident. That time. SL9, not SL6. This is probably gonna be... Yeah, that's the default. I just want to check everything, because... I don't know. It was when I grabbed the chief prosecutor on the shoulder. She dropped that phone on the pavement. That's when you heard her talking about the muffler, right? Little did I know, it was a trap. The red car's muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler. What was Miss Sky really trying to say, I wonder? It's a mystery. So I already did that. This. Okay, this is default. I gotta cover all grounds. Ah. Now, it's fine to commit perjury in Ace Attorney. It's also fine to lie when you're making a testimony. As long as you change it and make it right. Okay, that's default. I feel like most of this is probably default now. Maybe this might... The knife and this are probably going to be different, and that's probably just going to be salt. Okay, no, that's the same. Alright. Oh, I keep worrying I'm gonna accidentally click. That's gonna lead to something, right? Nuh-uh. The judge doesn't care, though. The judge is just straight up allowing these testimony switch-ups. Like it's normal. A body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude. Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been the suspect. This is what I'm saying. I feel like this is an Edgeworth frame job. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? This is why I am convinced that Edgeworth is being framed and she discovered it first for some reason, I don't know, and then was trying to cover her up. Okay, the ID. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the cough-up queen, right? I feel like the judge doesn't pay attention half the time. We found this ID card here in this parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Okay, let's just present this. That looks like a petrified piece of provolone. Huh? It's not. It's my attorney's badge. I'd think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more on the open market. Look, my badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least. Okay. So I just gotta talk to her, I think, about SL9. Yeah, okay. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. The music's gone. Getting serious. Disposable. To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. We've got... what's his name? Goodman. We've got Cowboy Guy, Angel Star, and this person that I don't think is Gumshoe. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence, so they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort, made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolman, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. Okay. So she got fired, he got demoted. Edgeworth gave them the fake evidence. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Okay. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten, SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait. Those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Dazzle, boyfriends, how many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie. Well, it seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. She's given a good lunchbox. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Is this for Edgeworth or someone else, the judge? Mister? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. They are. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were, nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall? Okay. So, I think I'm gonna examine stuff really quick to see if I missed anything. So look, a door, that must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I failed to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. True. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Okay. Security sign. So that's where Miss Star saw the incident from. You can probably see quite a lot from up there. Oh, we're going back. That probably means she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Sky stab him. Where's the security guard anyway? Well, this is just something I used. But apparently he went out to buy coffee for Miss Star. That woman is a force to be reckoned with. Okay. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground to makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Or maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Aha, the theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe, you know, was Mr. Relativity German or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? Okay. She's only 14, she'll learn. I think it's just the oil drums. So this is the famous oil drum. I'm pretty sure she's talking about time. Well, no time like the present. I'll try to kick it over myself. Yeah. That's okay, don't cry. That Lana Sky must be one strong woman. Okay. Let me just double check. I'm guessing it's the... So A block... Don't put it in red, you're giving me signs here. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I think this was said last time. I'll go to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Okay. What's in the car? That's where we found that note. 221 SL9, the SL9 incident. A case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. And the detective in charge of the case was the victim. I wonder what kind of case this SL9 incident thing was. It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number. I feel like it's hinted that we go to the evidence room. This rope is it. Yep, they laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You have got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. Let's look at the car. That's about as red as a sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, alright. The body was found in Edgeworth's car trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken too. So the question is, why did Miss Sky choose his car? So what model car is it? I think it was called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license. Okay. So you can't drive. Schooling him. B block is through there. That's where visitors park. So Miss Star climbed over this fence. It seems so, yeah. That fence is 9 feet high at least. I know, it's very assumptive. Well, no time like the present. I think I'll give it a little try. She will not climb over the fence. Eek. It's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a Lunchland Olympics team. I don't know if I believe the climbing over the fence. I mean, maybe. Maybe she did. Don't know. I think I've got everything. I think it just comes down to interests. Okay. Let's go. I'm gonna go to the High Prosecutor's office because Edgeworth's gonna be struggling. She died? Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday, and I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not you. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. Oh. I guess we'll have to come back. Okay. So I gotta do something else to make him come back then. Probably go to the police department. Right? Where's Gumshoe? Okay. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. A real crime scene. Okay, I can go. Let's go take a look. Alright. I bet Gumshoe's in there. Criminal Affairs Department. Did I say guard station? I'm in the wrong place. Oh no. Well, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. Unless... this guy. That must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in the evidence room? Tell no one outside the police department? No, I told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting a demotion. Okay. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know, the killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. Wait. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. I feel like I don't need to check anything else. I don't know if that's new. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Well, they're not you. The mascot. So this is the police mascot, is it? Blue Badger, the future star of the police force. The design's a little changed from the one outside. Well, the dancing Blue Badger TM is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely, it's cutting edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter, and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside then, you'll give her nightmares, yeah. Okay. I don't think there's any actual evidence. Well, there's gotta be. They wouldn't just have a location that does nothing. A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar, my bad. Okay, no, I guess there was nothing here. For now. I guess Gumshoe will probably be in here or something. So I gotta go to the guard station? Probably? Yeah, that's a new location. Okay. Well, this is fancy. Evidence room entrance. Guard station. Well, I say fancy. There's just a lot of stuff in here. Also, the decor in this place, it's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime. It sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where is the guard? That is a clear trap. I have a feeling I know who he is already. Like, that looks like it's supposed to try and catch someone, but it's too obvious. Look on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in you, but the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Okay. There's gotta be evidence. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, a leather pants, a leather... What was that thing called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? A poncho? No, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself. Yeah, it is a poncho. She don't know. Okay, what's this hat? These sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I was actually trying to see what the hat was about. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Okay, well that was a segue. There's the computer, there's... Okay, so we got the door. I think that says closed. The swinging door makes the place look more like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. You could just climb over it. Of course not. If you went in for you, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yeah myself. She's 14. She's gonna be a little bit dramatic. She don't understand. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. I mean, if they've literally got, you know, CCTV in there, couldn't they have just seen who the murderer is? Let me guess, it conveniently went out just as, like, the murder happened or something. I think that's everything. Wait! Wait, hang on. I need to remember to use this. Let me do a check everywhere, right? I actually have to remember, I feel like maybe there was... I mean, there's I don't think there's anything in here. I had to be sure. Okay, anyway. Wait, can I not go in there? I didn't interact with the door. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Exactly, tripping the power. You thought it'd be open? I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first. Okay, I'm guessing. Okay, oh, we're talking now, okay. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! How wasn't that? Is that Gumshoe? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now is no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Oh. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught a criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? I did. We did, yeah. I'm gonna skip through this. There's a suspect. I wonder, it's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave! You need evidence, yeah. They just picked someone, random. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. I was gonna give him the steak. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. So I'm guessing... Am I not allowed to go to the... Hang on, if I go you. I don't actually need to stay here, it's just to get there. I'm guessing I give the steak lunch to Gumshoe to get into the evidence room. And interrogate whoever this is. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now, things will just get confusing. Oh my. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying, me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator again, sir, that's what I'd say. Is this Meekins? Oh, it is Meekins. Oh, they think he did it. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Yeah, headphones. That noise caught me off guard, honestly. Alright, excuse me, but is this... Okay, so... Let's get through this. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center. No, it was very loud. I didn't expect the noise. Don't tell me that oh wait. I guess it's gonna happen a lot. Yeah, it's Meekins' whole thing. No sir, I'm not sir. I'm a little lost patrolman like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, he's the suspect. No sir, how should I say this? It won't be fine. Wait, isn't he? Is he you? Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Oh gosh. Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Okay. Okay. So, obviously he didn't do it. Oh, he does it at... Okay, sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Sir. Oh, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's what I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. I know, evidence in the evidence room. Oh my gosh. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went right. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here. In the detention center. But didn't he come to see Edgeworth? How long were you out? Days? Might I ask? What happened to your hands? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hands. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Oh my gosh, he keeps... Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as the perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in the detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him. Sir, none. Oh my gosh, nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Okay, the bandaged hand. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do. Sir, to tell the truth. Sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. This is why I'm convinced it is a setup. Okay. Let's start with this. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Okay, so I can ask about that. I want to show him everything else. Officer Meekins, have a look at this. He's gonna say nothing. Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir. Ha ha ha. I know what you want to say. You're gonna tell me how she has one just like it. Me? Why would I? I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. He'll stop saying sir eventually. Right? Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I'd like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. Is this the default? Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Okay. Officer Meekins, this is for you. Giving him a knife. I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir. And I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Probably no reaction to this. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? Okay, so that's the default. So everything is just ask Edgeworth. Let me see what he says for this. Okay, he doesn't know anything about the mascot. At least it's not doing the megaphone. What about this? Okay, I just want to make sure I get everything. He won't know what SL9 is, I don't think. Yeah, he doesn't know. He has no idea. He's just someone who's like the fall guy. Yeah, he doesn't know about the phone. What about this photo? No. It's probably gonna be to do... Maybe with... I feel like with this he would know, possibly. But... Hang on, I'm doing that wrong. Hey, why do you have that? That's from the day it was taken at the prosecutor's office. Okay. The day that Detective Goodman's body was found in the trunk. So this means I'm a free man! Innocent! If this is a dream, sir, then I hope I never wake up. If this is a dream, you'd better wake up right now. Okay. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? Okay. Oh, it's the same one. This is probably gonna get a reaction, right? This Officer Meekins, this is for you. Okay, that's the same knives reaction. She's an apple peeled. He's not gonna react to this, but I just gotta check. I feel like he will react to this steak, but he's not getting any. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? No, okay. No reaction. This is fine. I gotta quiz him on his crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. Okay. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? I don't know. That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. When I awoke, I was you. Right. Reason for arrest. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. He was at the crime scene. I think that's probably it. Or, I don't know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. Okay. Okay. Okay, well that's... And you waited until now to tell us this. I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. Okay. So now we go talk to Gumshoe. He's gone now. He won't be back until the trial. Probably. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives' desk. I didn't mean to come here. It's Police Chief Gant. There was a reason to come here. And you're sure this is all, hmm? You know what it means if there is anything missing. So I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers. Lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Aha, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? We got different music. I am worried. Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Okay. It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean. They being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? No, Ryder, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives' trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Wait, the steak lunch, it's not for Gumshoe. Ah, you saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. To fabricate evidence. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Okay, but I gotta present my attorney's badge. It's not how you present your attorney's badge. Let's try this again. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Ah, sorry, Ryo. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. He's talking about Gumshoe. The guy who can't sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing blue badger. Something tells me he doesn't like Gumshoe. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Is he just gonna tell me to have Gumshoe look at everything? He's gonna react to this. Okay, he doesn't care. He's got tight lips. He's not sharing anything. I guess he said he had to keep secrets, but surely something can get him to talk. No, okay. Maybe this badger. No. There's gotta be something he'll talk about. It'll probably be to do it with one of the latest pieces of evidence, right? Surely. The phone? Maybe it'll be nostalgic, I don't know. No? Floor plans. Okay, we've still got the same stuff. I mean, it could be the steak lunch. But I feel so bad for Gumshoe because he definitely said he wanted steak. I'm assuming that the lunch only goes to one person, but I feel like it would be funny if you had the choice of who to give the lunch to. I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, he just doesn't want to give me any info. No. Okay. I feel like it's gonna be the steak lunch. No. Okay, no, he's not talking. Alright, let me talk to the chief. The chief of detectives. Oh, sorry I had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check if for anything there might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still you? Of course not. Well, except for this. Oh, thank you. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. This is probably what the chief of police wanted. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item. Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case that's an important day. That matches up with the memo, I'm just saying. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Way to hint at something. Maybe I can ask him now. Permission to enter. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Hmm? Well, I never thought the day would come when Raito asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. He's gonna say no. He's actually gonna say no this time. He's not gonna say yeah. Only in court does he say yeah. Now, Raito. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Raito, please, do I look like a selfish man? Yes. Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. But what's the catch? So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. This guy is sus. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? No. No. That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now, later folks. There is no $50. It looks pretty cool on my label. Lapel? Doesn't it? Just think a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. Oh, no. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. It is. A very bad influence. Okay, so I gotta go back here. Go guard station. I bet Gumshoe will still be blocking. Okay, no, Gumshoe isn't blocking the way. Guess I just examine. I know I got a spray in you. The evidence room is beyond that door, and we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina's skies so grey? I gotta give him the steak lunch then. Officer Marshall, why does it have to be him? What's that why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeah, that card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeah? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scenes are waiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then. Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. I already know what I gotta do. Let me just get the, this. That smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas. That means Gumshoe was never getting that steak. Even though that's all he wanted. No, I just saw a special on the television the other day. Is this from a baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What's wrong? A fillet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. It's probably a signal. No, but we're giving it as a gift ape. It is a freebie. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask anything. I'm not doing food sounds. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Alright. If I start with actually, if I talk to him first and then present after. So, guard station. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. It is immaculate. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Okay. Miss Star told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Star, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times now, but no one tells us what actually happens. Oh, there are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambino. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago. The day of our case. That's fair. Have a good dinner. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. Okay, security system. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest one to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of the tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon. One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. That's info though, right? Well, 189 is, what's his face? Goodman. We got a very nice looking ID card. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Yeah, I just presented then. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep all the evidence from solved cases in this room. Wait, my fan ran out of battery. Oh no, okay. I don't know when that happened, it just did. They kept her under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Okay. So I mean, I gotta present where is his ID? There's his ID, okay. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Have I got to point it out? It's right here, right here. This one. Look, the 4th number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. Wait a minute. 5:14. 5:12 was when Edgeworth got it. But I mean, just because the ID card was used, there's no guarantee that he was actually killed at that time. I mean, like, I'm using the chief of police's ID card to get in. But he didn't go in, but I did. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. Maybe someone was pretending to be Officer Goodman. If he had his ID card, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. So someone was probably pretending to be Goodman. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Oh, I see. I mean, I may as well present other evidence, so... The sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither wild nor west you. Aha, but that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so. Huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Okay, so I did that. So, sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much. Okay, so this is the same. This is the same. The knife. Okay, he's not really gonna say much, I don't think. Let's have a look. We've got parking stub. Yeah, he doesn't care. I am convinced that Goodman was never in there and that it was someone pretending to be Goodman. Does this get a reaction? He's not giving me any info. How about this? He doesn't want to talk on SL9. Okay. The phone. What does the phone say? Yeah, this doesn't appear to be much leads. He's gonna talk on, Lana Sky, though. Maybe. Maybe they'll get a reaction. Okay, no, he don't want to say nothing. I'm determined to double check. I need to check every single piece of evidence. There'll be one I don't check that'll be super relevant. Okay, that's the knife. So that's not gonna do anything. Yeah, okay, he's not gonna talk. So I guess what I gotta do is get his ID card. He's not sharing his ID card. Alright, what is this? Any more discussion points? No. Okay. Evidence room. And then I'll talk to Gumshoe and probably Chief of Police guy. I probably gotta give the card back. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. I'm gonna BRB. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a drink. No, it wasn't Larry. Nuh-uh. Okay, it's quiet. The investigation must be. Okay, so this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. That's fair. That is a fair thing. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Okay. Oh, Gumshoe here. We can get his ID. Whoa, did she just slap Gumshoe? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Oh my gosh, she's just gonna get arrested. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. It was Mia. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them 50, no problem. I bet Gumshoe asked for $50. So go ahead, investigate. Okay. Yeah, it's true. So Chief of Police can't. Will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're a boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans, okay. So, let's talk to him. So, boss for a day. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day. That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? It's also true. Oh. They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. So he's basically just he's the boss of no one. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Aha, of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open. So someone stole Goodman's keycard, pretended to be Goodman, to take evidence from SL9. That is the theory right now. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess it's what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Evidence lockers. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. Interesting. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, the zap, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Okay. That's interesting. I might put my whole Goodman switcheroo plan. I don't think that's the case though, I don't know. Unless they cut off his finger. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show that to me every time we meet, pal. I got to. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Okay, let's show this. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. Okay, what about this? He's gonna praise that. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. I see. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. True. Okay, so that's the same stuff. I wanted to double check. Okay, let's talk about the badger. This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art? Okay. He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony, but there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. So they took the blue badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful? I toiled night and day. I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. Understandable. Okay. Allow me to say one thing speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Okay. Let's see if he knows about this. Detective Goodman's note. And that switchblade knife, so that those two are same, I don't need to repeat. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know. 2 years ago. Oh no. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. I see. Let's talk about the phone. Allow me to say... Okay, so if he doesn't know anything, you don't say nothing. Fair enough. Well, he's gonna talk on this. That's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I thought she was 14. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school too. Okay. Allow me to say what... Okay, so I did that. That's probably... interesting. Okay, so he knows nothing. This, he should provide me some info. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors that it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa. What is it? Woody? I could see it. That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. This is why I'm convinced that this is a frame job for I say Mr. Edgeworth, for Miles Edgeworth. What? ID card record updated in the court record. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? I'm convinced this is a frame job. Okay, he's not going to talk about that. What about the evidence locker? Edgeworth didn't do it, no! You can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents. Note, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker, but at the same time he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Interesting. Interesting. There is no need to talk to you now. Okay. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. I don't think it's Edgeworth. It just feels like everything's trying to frame Edgeworth. Look at the junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Okay, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. True. Okay, we got the door. That's the door we just came in through. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out. I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside. That's just a theory. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. I was thinking it would just let you go if you happen to open the door, but okay. Let's do everything else first. Can I prove it? Not at the moment, no. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's that metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Gold Lake, remember? Will that item change depending what I picked? Oh no, I guess there was the fishing pole, there was the metal detector, and something else. Alright, well, that feels like it was ages ago. It could still be Maya. No. No way. And I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. Maybe it's sooner than you think. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover, you gotta look at their heart. Okay. So we got that. I just want to really, really make sure before I go straight to the... Oh, there's the crime scene. There's a finger... hands or two there. Actually, I feel like these aren't important. Alright. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey pal, security is high-tech around here. Okay. Listen, there's something sticking out of here. I didn't even notice that, I'm not gonna lie. I was just looking at all of them. Oh no. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging around a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Oh, Gumshoe. He's misunderstood. What I need to do is start using this. I know it's probably on the other side, but I gotta check in here. Oh. I didn't mean to focus that. I was gonna spray some more. So, the killer, or the victim... Yeah, so why am I getting a reaction gear? There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminal testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where'd you get this, Emma? It was by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Okay. Let's just check. Make sure there's... I assume there's not anything on this side now. I feel like it's the next side. Which, before I actually start checking, I want to examine everything first. What's this? Blood. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? I get the hint. We should use a testing fluid to check it out. I get it, I'll do it in a second. Game's trying to remind me, but I'm already one step ahead. What is a saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room. He's using the evidence room. No, I know. There's gloves. They kind of look like Edgeworth's. Does Edgeworth have gloves? I don't know. Never mind. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Okay. I know, that's open. We got some... Okay. Well, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps. They really do him dirty. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case. The SL9 Instant Pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there. Another piece of SL9 evidence. Take a closer look. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Ah, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. It's puzzle time. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. I thought it was just going to auto-do it and I was going to be gutted. No. Okay. How am I supposed to... Oh, I've got to actually line it up. So I gotta find the bit that fits. It's like... I need a spiky bit. Okay. So there's 2 points. Is this? Yeah, it's this one. I won't take 30 minutes. I'm not that bad. Look, I'm okay, no, maybe I'm not cooking. Hang on. That kinda... Okay. No, that's not it. That's not it. Okay. That looks a bit too... It's probably... No. It's gotta be this one then. That shape looks weird though. Am I missing something here? No, it's this one, right? Oh. Wait. Am I... Was it the one I... Okay. That's embarrassing. It was the one I didn't think it was. Okay. That goes there. Like, this isn't gonna take 30 minutes, no. I mean, look at the shape. It's literally this one, right? I skipped past it. Yeah, okay. And then... This is a really awkward angle. This bit? Hang on. No. Okay, that was an interesting angle to chuck at me. I think that just goes as it is. No, okay. Give me a second. Look, it's not that bad. Yeah, okay. It doesn't feel that bad. I'm missing a piece. Oh my. We are missing a piece of the puzzle. I see. Why it might feel like 30 minutes. Huh. Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too, in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. With some pieces stolen. I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar added to the court record. Okay. Is there anything else I can examine again? If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are 2 things that bother me. 1, why are some of the pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Surely not. No, there's no way the missing piece is important. 100% didn't hit her on someone's head or something, I don't know. Look, this one's open and the red indicator light above the door is lit. Hang on. Here's something else as well, right? So you use the ID card to get in. But I mean, more than one person can get in with an ID card as well. So they just need the CCTV footage. So look, this one's open and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coded with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. It's time to spray. Spray. We shall. I have to present those as well to our buddy. So, yeah, do that. That one was kind of obvious, so they wanted that one. I'm guessing I gotta do over here too, right? I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. Wow. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine! It's yours? Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. The revelation. I mean... there's gotta be more. I don't believe it's just those two prints. Okay, it's right by the crime scene. Alright. So this is when he was killed. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Okay. Is there... I am disappointed that there's nothing on there. There's gotta be something else. I mean, it's probably gonna make me retrace the steps of what happened. Like... that's when he was heavily bleeding. It's probably gonna have me point out where he was actually stabbed. Oh my gosh. Why was I... okay, I kind of wasn't expecting Gumshoe there. I was hoping to just spray stuff. Okay. Let me just show the rubber glove. Okay, he doesn't know. He's probably gonna talk about the jar though. Okay, no, he doesn't want to talk about the jar. That's fine. We didn't have to talk about the jar. There is a lot of evidence at the moment. But I think this is the most evidence I've had in a case. I mean, there's not as much blood by here. But then there's more blood over there. There's also a randomly handcuffed door. Have I... oh, the SL9 incident. Let's try again. Now, that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder. A serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago. That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence. It was supposed to be all cleaned up with a transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman there is. How? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. Hey pal, look at the time. Was this something you needed to be going to do too? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna go give him my report for the day. Is that a restaurant brochure? It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing, but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. He's like Edgeworth's cheerleader. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. Whoa. We're still examining. A piece of white cloth is sticking out, looks like a shirt. You'd better tidy it up or it will get wrinkled. Hey, don't look at me. I didn't leave it hanging out like that. Whose locker is this? Let's get the... yeah, so here's the thing. That's there. Something was probably put in this locker. Or something. I don't know. I think I got everything in here. I don't want to save. I didn't get the glove. That yellow crime scene tape, you know, yesterday was my first time seeing that. It was always my dream to push through the crowd and just step over the tape. It's a little daunting to encounter it again so soon. I think maybe you're overreacting a little. Okay. Oh, is he gonna let me... Because he's gone, is he gonna let me have different reactions? There's blue and yellow paint here. This is all I'd need to paint a portrait of you, Mr. Wright. I'm wearing a red necktie, you know. Okay. I must have got everything. Detective Goodman's evidence locker. It's empty. Only Detective Goodman himself can open this locker. So the person who took out this knife had to have been Detective Goodman. But why was it wrapped in the scarf muffler and stuck inside the car muffler? I think it was so the evidence didn't disappear for some reason. I don't know. I could be going down a rabbit hole right now of misunderstandings and conspiracies. I could be. Alright. I think, go back to the guard station. Can I talk to him? No. Wait, was this separate? I can go back. Q. I think it just about doesn't count the ID. I don't think there's anything else. And I think Edgeworth is in his office. I'm assuming that's where I gotta wait. Did I not wait, a pile of junk lies battered, worn, and forsaken. Aren't you being a little dramatic? Looks like a fishing pole, okay. And a metal detector. Not sure what this one is. They cast a withering gaze in our direction that screams, dust me. Can't junk just be plain old junk? No, it cannot. It has to be something more. Yeah, I think I got everything. No, it's all good. I don't want to miss anything, that's the thing. I want to make sure... Apparently I can look at all of this again. Look on the floor, it's a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. I just wrote me a steer with this year lasso. What? It was a bellowing moo pal moo. Detective Gumshoe, I presume. Okay. You sure have a lot of monitors in you. There's 8 cameras in the evidence room in all. 1 for each section. Which monitor shows the section where the crime took place? Why do cattle sit before the rains come? It's not for man to know. Unless you're the security guard responsible. Okay. A leather jacket, a leather pants. Okay, so we did that. Those aren't pants. Those are chaps. And that's a poncho up there. Aha, a poncho. It sure looks cool, but the name is a little silly. We got the cactus. This cactus sure is prickly, it must be real. Best keep your distance from Billy there. You're liable to get hurt. Billy. The cactus has a name. Billy, you're wearing your cowboy hat on your hands. My rawhide cow skin 10-gallon hat. I just picked that up, but Billy took a fancy to it. Looks like it got stuck on the spines and he couldn't get it off. Okay. Let's have a look. Besides the door. I think I got everything besides the door. I didn't get that actually. I guess I might spray in you too. Look at this swinging door. Just like a Wild West saloon. Ah, sorry partner, but we're closed for the day. Huh? You'll get along home now. I think Officer Marshall really wanted to be a Wild West bartender. I always wanted to say that. Okay. Let me check the door. The evidence room is beyond that door. I turned on the card reader. Go have yourselves a ball, partners. And I have the ID card, a real ID card. Let's get this investigation started already. That's a bit late. I already went in there. Is there nothing else? Let me check. Let's do a spray. No evidence. No siree. Wait, there's something on the cactus. Is that blood? I knew it. Wow, we got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right in these spines. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. But who? Who tripped and hurt themselves? Was it Gumshoe? Okay, there's nothing. And he's not gonna talk unless he could present that. Sheriff's back in. Okay, he doesn't want to talk about it. That's fine. That is okay. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna say much. I don't think there's much to get from our martial acquaintance. So let's move to police department evidence. Wait. Actually, let me go back. There is one thing. It's not gonna work. I just want to know if he'll give me his ID. No, okay. So Gumshoe saw Edgeworth's. Okay. Let me go into criminal affairs before I go see Edgeworth. I would like to... Can I not talk to him? That must be one of the detectives. He is mumbling something to himself. I know, the killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is good. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Okay. I guess there's nothing to gain from that. Actually, something I should probably look at, which I never did. I didn't actually read this. So Bruce Goodman, ID 59. That is not your ID. So he lost something. Is he saying he lost his ID? I wonder. I mean, SL9... I don't know. Maybe. Maybe saying he lost it. I'm gonna go see Edgeworth. Alright. Can I talk to you? I can probably present some extra evidence. You? Yes, you said you... Oh no, the hot tea is the default stuff, so... Okay, what about you? This. Okay, she got nothing to say on that. I'm guessing most of the new evidence... Well, she might have something to say about the ID card. Okay, no. Okay. Interesting. I don't think then there's really much to gain. I just want to check. I'll check that. Okay, no, she's pretty useless actually in this scenario. Let's move to High Prosecutor's office. This is probably the end then of this bit, and then it'll probably take us to the courtroom. Oh, it's the bellboy. Ah, guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. I don't see a teacup. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near you. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Inquiry committee. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they've decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Okay. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why? I ask you, why? All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Okay, I gotta present my evidence then. Firstly, hang on, that was a mistake. Firstly, here's my badge. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea? I did, actually. I'll pass on the tea, just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Let me have a look. Right, let's do the unstable jar. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor. Okay, so this is default stuff, so he doesn't like the urn. Maybe ask about this. Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By the Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? This is a frame job. This is a frame job. It is Chief Gant. It is not Edgeworth. He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. I bet the screwdriver is going to be used to say that he did something. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Okay. You know what I need to do? I need to check for blood. Oh gosh, we're on page 3. No, that was a mistake. Okay. I need to check. You never know. The evidence could be right here. Oh my... This wasn't supposed to happen. Okay. I was half serious. What? It looks like someone has dripped some blood down here. Judging by the amount, my guess is it's from a nosebleed. A nosebleed? Maybe in his wrath, Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone for their incompetence. Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? Okay, it could be something else though, right? More evidence. No? Okay. Alright. He doesn't want to talk. I gotta present something though. We'll get him talking. Maybe if I present that. Oh, okay, we got a reaction. And we got silence. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on. The SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Okay. It must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Okay, he's gonna spill the beans. Allegations of forgery. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killer case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gantz. Wacky old coot was involved in this case 2 years ago then. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Well, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth. What I want to know is why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister, what? If you were still studying forensic science... Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, no need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set and fingerprint file received. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. In 2 places, actually. Now, if only... Does he not want to talk anymore? I mean... I'm guessing... I'm gonna do it everywhere. Just to be sure. Can I not just... Okay. I see. I see. I can't just... spray. I mean... Suspicious handprint has gotta be all the way back at the... evidence room. I mean, that's literally the only place with a suspicious handprint. Here we go. Evidence room. I bet the thing is locked. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. No, it's open. In this blood on the detective's evidence locker. That's your secret weapon we just borrowed. Okay. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. Oh. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I mean, quit procrastinating and choose a finger. I mean, it's gonna be this one or this one. Isn't there also a print there? Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. I'm starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. How do you do that? With enter. See? For fall break. It looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to though. It's fine. I was gonna say, I'd assumed on the DS you'd have to like actually blow up the DS. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. Okay. I feel like What is my goal here? What am I doing? Am I missing something? Oh! Oh! Don't worry, I'm cooking now. There we go. Aha, you did it. You found one. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Isn't it a thumbprint? Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. There is another one right here. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. So they used gloves to put... They had blood on their glove. Assumed. Okay, let's move on to a different finger. I want to do that one. That one. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, this is actually... Let's just sprinkle a bit over there. Sprinkle a bit down here. A little bit more down here. And then blow it all away. Okay, it's not enough. We need more. More dust. Don't tell me I gotta get like pinpoint accurate. So that is... Yeah, let me just put it there. We get in there. Okay, surely. Where is it literally you? You want more? How much more do you want from me? Have I gotta like make sure it's evenly spread? I will go all over. More. I will put more. There'll be nothing left to see. I will make sure there ain't even no fingerprints left. Surely! There we go. Okay. Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Okay. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprint would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Oh, we're actually... Wait, was it not just gone? No, okay. I gotta actually go through. Okay. I know, all the white stuff. Okay, that's... It's not Meekins. It's not Gant. It's not her. Marshall? No, it's... Am I supposed to... Oh, I'm supposed to actually compare. I didn't know there was a compare. I thought I had to, like... Okay. I see. No match. Come on. How am I supposed to guess whose they are? Isn't it obvious? The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. They most likely belong to the owner of this evidence locker. Something wrong. I was just thinking, if you're so sure who it is, why don't you match the fingerprints? Mr. Wright, I was doing this for your benefit so you'd learn. Fine, fine. Let me think. Who could have left these prints? I wonder. Whose prints could this be? We found a match. So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there's another blood print. There was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Thank you. He remembers. Alright, it's time. I know exactly. Wait, no, I'm doing it wrong. Hang on. Maybe I just examine it. Maybe I don't even have to do anything. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction. Fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Check for prints. Why is there always the option to leave it? Okay, let's check for prints. That's a spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area where the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. So any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Like right by you. Like, right here. I guess it's that one? These... Oh, I'm actually supposed to... I'm so confused. I'm pressing. I did something. Oh! Oh, it was just what wasn't seen? I don't know. Oh, where it was wiped. I thought she meant to go for the ones that weren't wiped. Power of science. Alright, let's just do a test. Wow, I'm so good at this. I gave him my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Okay, so shoot. So I checked. I'm guessing it's like you? Like you? I'm trying. Oh, this is the same one I just did, right? I gave him my best shot. Okay. I don't understand. So that... Do like you? This is a new one, right? I'm clicking. I'm not pressing enter. Oh, we got some prints. That is... I don't even need to compare. That is Gant's fingerprint. That is Gant's. I'm not gonna bet anything, but that is Gant's. Okay, maybe it's not quite Gant. It's probably the sheriff guy. I guess it's the angle. Okay, never mind. Never mind, alright? It's not Gant. It's Marshall. Yeah, okay. I was basically... They had, like, the closest shapes, in my opinion, from memory. I was one off. Well, I was two off. So Marshall's looking sus. Hey, these fingerprints, they... Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? I thought he was riding Zippy. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. It's very sus. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. It was Marshall all along? Or was it? Maybe all of them were trying to solve the SL9 situation, but I don't know what else. It just feels like I think Gant actually made fake evidence and not Edgeworth in that case. Which is where the rumors started. This is true. They know nothing. Alright. He's not very tech savvy though, actually, is he? So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are, accurately. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. Well, Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regrets, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye? We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. Oh, she's not happy. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. Aha. We have to play the cards we're dealt, isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Okay. It's time. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... Okay. I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. Okay. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as the prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Okay. Very well, let the trial presume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. Is it Meekins? For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Oh no. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Okay. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir, I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it, sir. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I'm what you'd call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. please. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Why is he saying he's the killer now? I'm confused. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. But he's saying he was told what to do. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Alright. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake. It's just one problem. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Okay. Guys. Interesting. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Okay. Crime report, sir. Alright, we push everything. So... Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Dun dun dun. I just realized that was highlighted. The restream does not show that. Okay, Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? At some point, I am gonna get a second monitor. Pretty soon. Probably next month, actually. Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger. The Blue Badger. Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wasn't that made by Gumshoe? I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that was why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? You saw too much. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen. Maybe he knows how to use the cameras. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? What is it? Wait a minute. There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? It's not... Okay, it's 4989596. That's my number, sir. Alright. I see. How about the number 4989556? Oh. Is shown as being used twice. Oh! Wait a minute. That means someone... So what if he was knocked out at 450? And then they took his card, they left. I mean, that's gotta be Chief of Police. No, don't say that. Well, the sevens. I'll remember the sevens. I can remember these numbers. 4989596. 4989596. Okay, it's been shown as used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir, that was when I was spotted. When I spotted the man on the security screen. They are added to the ID card record. So who is all the 7s? I mean, who's gonna have, like, the the best number? It's gotta be the chief of, police or the chief of detectives. Probably chief of police, though. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I grabbed him by the collar. Okay. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. That man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out. Okay. So you didn't kill him. But what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. I bet there's evidence on the Blue Badger. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. Regard to that, sir. Take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. The police are, the chief of police is very sus. Well done, let's have a look. I feel like this is all to get Edgeworth fired and potentially arrested. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Okay. Let's watch the tape. Oh, it's the Blue Badger. Look at him. See, I don't think he's scary. Okay. Look, he's just dancing. We got half a body. Oh, that's convenient. Hiding. Oh, there he is. He's about to do some kung fu. I don't think that really clears up, though, whether or not he killed him. Look at that! The Blue Badger is covering up his face! This is illegal! The Blue Badger is helping with the crime. I can't believe this. Was that there before? Okay. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? I'll have to double check. What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security videotape added to the court record. I want to check that. I want to check that again. I don't know if it'll let me. Okay, it will. So... No, it was closed. It was closed. Okay. But... something that was... definitely... Yeah, look, see, there's no white bit there. So it was after the whole, you know, like, punch or pow moment. Okay, the glove falls out onto the floor after that's opened. Go over there. White thing still isn't in there. I'm actually trying to deep dive analyze this so I don't mess it up when it comes up. So yeah, he goes like, bam, I'm gonna shank you. He's like, nah, not today. There's blood on his shoulder where he got stabbed and it went all over there. But it has different light though. And so he's on the ground now. Things open, gloves on the floor. And then we go over to the left. And this is now in there. So this was like hastily shoved in there. Yeah, it reset. It spoils it through the reset. Dang. The screwdriver. Hang on. Hang on, are those going up or down? Did the screwdriver go in there to rig it? That was moved. Hang on. Let me go back. I think that was moved. I think this is how... I am analyzing this too much. No, never mind. No, okay, no. I feel like there's a reason the screwdriver is important here. Like, when you look at the Blue Badger, so that's down. Has that gone up? That's still down. Yeah, they're both in the same place, but unless it's I don't know. We just know the glove dropped. I haven't seen anything else. It's literally the glove drops and then that changes after he's knocked out. So I'm gonna leave it that. So, well, yes, well, wait. Was there... I thought there was blood prints on there. Okay. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Okay. So, Mystery Man. Alright. Give us the testimony. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do so. Didn't he have a glove on, though? The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. That was a very short thing. You know what? What's this about a fingerprint? Let's go back to the tape for a minute. I know I keep going back to tape. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something here. I just gotta make sure. Alright, is he wearing gloves? I feel like he's wearing gloves. Like, he's the person who has... He's the person who has blood on his gloves? Or is that a finger? If he's not wearing gloves, then he has to be Marshall. Pretending to be Goodman. Darn it, if only there was some sort of... I mean, the shoulder's bleeding, right? I'm just thinking if he's not wearing gloves, then he has to be Marshall. There is no way to tell unless we go back in time again. Because of the light. Well, how would it... Because it's the fingerprints, right? You need like a fingerprint thing for the... Well, no, the light is on, yeah. I wasn't thinking about it like that. No, it has to be unlocked, yeah. Yeah, so that just means it is Marshall. Yeah, because he hasn't got gloves on. Okay. So Mystery Man is Marshall. Because he's not wearing gloves. It's already unlocked. He's pretending to be Goodman for some reason. I've already solved the case. Where's the option to just put the answer? Okay, what's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detectives it belongs to. Welcome back. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. No. We already know. Though very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. That video not only proves that it's Marshall, also the white bit at the end of it appearing. It's already unlocked, which means someone else unlocked it earlier. Okay. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Okay. So let's just push everything. Okay, just... Can I just say it's Marshall outright, please? Tell me we were able to get a good look at him. At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife. Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter. The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fooled him, aren't you? Oh yes, sir. But I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. Okay. Alright. Yes, it's the megaphone guy. He'll be gone soon. He should be, I hope. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins! Oh my gosh, having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker which required the detective's fingerprints to do so. I can present the tape. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir, I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too. Okay, the locker he opened is unquestionably, so we got... Okay, so he's sitting. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know. The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Meekins is, I think, just a police officer. I don't know if he's a detective. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him, no one else could have unlocked it. I know I can present the tape, but it's where. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? There is multiple problems regarding the video. I don't think they checked the knife for prints, no. Regarding the video contained on this tape. No, I know it didn't have prints, actually. I feel like I remember them saying it didn't have prints in the previous case, possibly. But that was the other one. Okay, there is one thing in particular that seems strange. Strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Okay. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. I wish I knew this earlier. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. Okay. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Okay, he is a police officer, confirmed. Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? I mean, there's two. If it's not the light, it's gonna just be... Okay. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Okay. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. Okay. This is true. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. It's already open. Something is amiss. Well, this has to mean, though, that whoever 777... Hang on, 7777777 is had to have come in with Goodman or something. Or Edgeworth didn't go in with Goodman. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Okay, oh no, we're going for the whole thing. Where's the fast forward button now? Okay, we're going back in time. If only. Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Okay. Order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker was unlocked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut and the sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. It's almost like there was a glove, maybe keeping it open. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouth shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor. Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensors? Like a glove? Something jammed the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. There's like multiple clues in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker was unlocked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. It's the glove. If only all the cases just had videos, I would be fine. If all the cases were just video based, they'll come back. How do I rewind? No, my worst weakness. Reactions. Did it count that? Please tell me it count that. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be this. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. No, no. I don't have good reaction times. No. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? I did miss. Yeah, I hit the wrong bit. Don't look at me with those bleary eyes. If your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Okay, I'm not losing any lives at least. Well, let's inspect this video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out. My reflexes are awful. Hang on, let's fast forward. Okay, I gotta... I can press E to present, so if I do this... No! Hang on, if I... Alright, let me angle it in a way where I can't possibly lose, right? Hang on. Let me get... Okay, I think I hit it that time. Wait, there's a pause key! I forgot there's a pause key! Why have I done this? Okay, it's too late now. Please watch closely! This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. I got it! Oh my god. I could have paused it. Last suffering was for nothing. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I got it regardless of the pause key. I don't need no pause key. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car door, sir. We can't be sure. The item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Okay. Okay. So we're walking over. Officer Marshall is walking over pretending to be Goodman. I see. He's like, let me open this. He's like, there's nothing in you. The white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, it just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well, will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? Wait, I have to present evidence? It is this glove. Yeah, it's just a rubber glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove, but we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. Edgeworth is like, uh-oh. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. At least the megaphone's not going off yet. Order, order, order. Okay, so are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. Objection. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Yes, this is true. Sir, me, sir. I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Okay. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Okay. Very well, begin your testimony. Alright. I already know what I gotta do. Okay. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. But he was gonna put in a, stolen item report. An ID card record, I see. If the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Hang on. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Let's just stop for a minute. Hang on. He didn't know his ID. And the ID... Oh, yeah, the ID was also at the prosecutor's office. I was... Wait. Wait. Hang on, let me... Get out of your... Oh gosh, I'm gonna just do it this way. Am I doing this right? Hang on. Oh, wait. Okay. What was that? Okay, so used ID at 5:14. Yeah, this is 21st. Actually, yeah, well, the card... We don't actually know if the ID card was there because we weren't allowed to look around. Officer Marshall was actually blocking the crime scene. So he could have tampered... Well, he could have placed the evidence there. Interesting. Just before the crime, and yes, without a doubt this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases. The extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. Marshall is, yeah, deputy in Town 72. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. This should be easy. Okay, mystery man. Though that doesn't really prove that Marshall like killed Goodman. It just proves that he was there and didn't want people to know he was there, which doesn't really help. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Okay. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe we should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. I mean, it's gotta be the lost item thing I gotta present. Okay, when an ID card's used as a record, let it be noted. Yeah, that's pretty much... Meekins can't leave without choking. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on you. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. I feel like the marshal gave it on purpose. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Maybe it's that batted blue murderer. You've got the wrong colour, kid. Okay. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or the consequences. But now let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him. I think he's being framed. Like, I feel like this whole case is about getting Edgeworth fired or accused of murder. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. They did go in at the same time. But I think the card was stolen. Yeah. So Goodman went in, but I don't think it's actually Goodman that went in. I'm convinced that it is the marshal guy. Because there was a blood print on a locker somewhere. British locker room. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let us point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. Why? Yeah, that's fair. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Okay. I'm guessing. Okay. Let me look through, right? So, we've got this. We got this. Which, he was obviously trying to write his card or ID number, but forgot it. He started with a 5, but he put a 9, because I think he mixed it up. But then on the memo, he's also got... I mean, that probably doesn't line up with that. It's just the date. I think that's more... that ends that date. Because... my theory right now is that Goodman had to be... well... Goodman had to be in Edgeworth's car. Yeah. So, I think the idea here... I'm probably thinking too far ahead, I don't know. I feel like it won't happen today, but... because Miles was there at 4:40 and it takes about 30 minutes to get to the prosecutor's office, I'm convinced that this whole case is like, it's actually Miles. Because it's his car, it's his knife. And I feel like the whole theory is that, it has to be Miles that did it. But I don't think that's relevant right now. I just think that's a later thing. I think this is the evidence I gotta present. I'm not quite sure where. ID card is used as a record of it. Okay, let me skip past. I just want to find the right instance. There's one other thing that proves it was... maybe it's right by it. Actually, look, right. Safety. Let me just... I gotta remember to save. My biggest problem is that I don't save enough. Obviously, there's no other reason. No other reason that I saved there. Definitely not. Okay, it's not red. It's not red, that's a good thing. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. It doesn't. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. No, I don't. I've been save scumming today, but I've not had to use it yet, thankfully. I think this has been the best stream I've had. I've not made a single mistake, unless you count. There was something. No, unless you count the tape, but I didn't lose any lives for that, so I don't count that, even though technically I did miss the glove. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Hang on, let me check something here. Hang on, I just had a thought. Where's the photo of the body? Alright, so... Wait a minute. Wait. This coat... I think I'm going too far again. But this coat is the same... Like, the guy was stabbed, right? In the recording, the guy was stabbed by you. So this coat belongs to the guy who was stabbed. Which I think is Marshall. Which means Marshall was you. And forced the coat on her. I think it's all coming together but way too early. Anyway. Order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Okay. I still don't get, though, why Marshall would kill, or Officer Marshall would kill Goodman if he did. Order. Does the prosecution have a response? Like the motive, because they're both trying to do the same thing. I think they're trying to do something with the DL9 incident to prove Edgeworth is corrupt. Then again, I guess it's to prove he's trying to kill someone who's involved in the case. I don't know. I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of murder. This is true. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Yeah, so... It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. We've basically proven that it couldn't have been Meekins, so it must have been Lana Skye is what he's probably going to get at. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. I'm confident that it's Marshall. Okay, I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. Okay. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? It is Marshall! I already know! And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Wait. Wait. No, the code doesn't make sense though, just so you're on it. Mr. Wright, You have to do something or else, Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object! I'm not gonna wait and see what happens. Hang on, I need to pause on there. Let me have a look. So that's when the car got in. 512. So Goodman was in. I'm assuming Goodman was in this car. When was this photo taken? Can I like check the back? No. Problem is, I don't remember when the photo was taken. Yeah, after the crime was committed, but I'm wondering like how long after, because I'm trying to remember when Angel Star found it, because for that coat to be there, which is the same coat from the tape, I'm wondering how long after was the photo taken. Like, I know, well, the thing that didn't make sense to me was that she's behind the fence taking the photo, like, it's staged, I think. So he died an hour and a half after 4 p.m. So by 5:30, he's dead. Apparently. The car gets in at that time. Looking at this. So he's in there at 5:14. Does some stuff, and then let's say he's in there like a minute or two or something after all that goes down. It takes 30 minutes to get this, so 5:45. I wish I knew when the photo was taken. I feel like that information was given. But I don't... Wait, I can probably read this, right? No, so... Oh, it says between 4 and 5:30. Okay. Never mind. It's just the coat. That's the only thing that's not making sense now, actually, with my theory. If that's the same coat from the tape, it has to be taken 30 minutes... The photo has to be taken 30 minutes after the guy left. Anyway, one moment, Your Honor. I'm going way too forward, I think. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Nuh-uh. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Yeah, I think I went too far. I need to stay on track with what's current. Wait. There's a timestamp for there, though. That's 15. Okay, so he's knocked out. And then when it goes back over there... So he actually... Because they'll have the white bit there now, right? Yeah, they'll have the bit. So he left by 16 minutes past at the latest, really. However, it cannot be said that it's unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Okay. We got a fingerprint there. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? Is there another photo? I don't think there's a photo... No. I was just trying to think of the photo where Angel Star hits the phone out of her hand. So that's 5:18. That's 4 minutes. The parking ticket's time is 5:12. The call's at 5:18 with the muffler gets put in like the muffler bit of the car. Huh. So Angel Star said she saw her ringing up and then knocked the phone out. Well, that doesn't really add up, though. If it took her 5 minutes after the car arrived, she's saying that basically the moment the car got... I don't know. I'm tunnel visioning. Anyway, is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Okay. The time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? I mean, we already clarified it was like a Texas guy, right? Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Okay. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Okay. Court is now in recess. Right. I feel good about this. Oh, she's like good job, or is she like bad job? Okay. Alright. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured out everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana? You're the one who knows everything. Emma? You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. This is also true. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. He is. He's interrupting a moment. I guess I am. I'll come back later. Poor Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me you. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. 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 I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so have you brought what I asked? Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh, you said so much. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought you. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness. Files for the Joe Dark killings solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with the serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in you? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, no, Lana. That's over with. No. Oh, did she collapse? Oh no. Emma, wait. Oh, she ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. The going gets tough. Okay. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Can I look now? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I don't want anything to do with this drama. Okay. So it's giving me the option to save. Let me just save that up. Right. Let's get back into it. I want to finish this bit of it and then I'll probably end stream looking at the time. I imagine this is about 30 minutes, I predict. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Actually, can I look at the evidence? Okay, I want to know. Incident, SL9 closed, perpetrator Joe Dark. Yeah, he's a serial murderer. Death sentence. Victims? Neil Marshall. I mean, okay, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel, Master Bates. I mean, that's gonna be something, this bit. Because this is literally, I assume, related to the Marshall guy. So head prosecutors Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana and Emma. So we got investigation task force, executive investigators Damon and Lana. Head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. My problem is, they're obviously related. They gotta be related. Okay, Emma didn't come back. That's fine. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Okay. He's having a bit of a drink. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place, is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? The desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Okay, maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Okay. It's not going to be plain old English. I'll be surprised. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Objection, objection, objection. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? I mean, this one seems like trouble, that's fair. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Alright, so day of the crime. I already know, like, it's him. There. It's just, once it gives me the opportunity, I think I can just quickfire. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. You entered them. Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Okay. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. Okay. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. Oh. I know, I don't know if it was the last case. I think they had a similar thing where there was like, they had like a mock court case because I think Phoenix was accused of stealing something from, I think, Miles or Edgeworth. And it turns out someone else did it, but it was like in a school thing as well. So Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't even set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? This is also true. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems. Okay, we know that bit. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. I feel like he's intentionally playing this up right now. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? Okay, so he's at the salon. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat the Parlo's vongole sepia pasta? Do you mean to tell us that you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. He has no idea how the locker works. That's true. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want a raise this year? Okay. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. So I press this and then I probably present, if there's a point, or I present at that point, I think. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone, everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. No, I'm ready. Wait, I went too far. Hang on. So I gotta present... Where is it? Where's our fingerprints? Let me just check. Does it does say, right? No. Where are the fingerprints? Where's the fingerprints I got? Hang on. So we got that. Oh, it's on the last tab. Did I... I mean, it wasn't... Wait, no, it does say Marshall's fingerprints. Oh, I looked at the actual... Okay. Yeah, I was looking for that. If I think I present you. Because it's saying he's at the salon, or saloon. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. Okay, it's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. But bloody fingerprints. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints are at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall. Very sharp jawlines. It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Okay, let's figure it out. Blood-stained fingerprints. What's his excuse and change of testimony? Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. Interesting. The witness's explanation appears to be valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something? I can feel it. Okay. Now's my chance to prove it. Right. I just press everything and then it'll... At some point something will make sense here. Okay, so... That's because you... How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month. Yep. That's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? Oh, the video. The video's gonna show the evidence. I just gotta show the video. I mean, what I said... Because he's confirmed this is his. And this was empty. Like, it didn't have the white bit before. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Okay, Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. Right. One of them just happened to be at the same place. I'm trying to think... Do I even need to press these? I feel like that'd be overconfident. I'll press them all. So then what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. Okay. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chance of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Got one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. They are... Okay. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and... cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Okay. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Maybe I do it by ear. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. It was a bloodstain at the scene, though, to be left by the murderer. That's right. Okay. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? No, I know I gotta use the tape. The picture? The seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. I feel like he's intentionally giving the evidence. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. He is baiting me to do the video. Can I present? Oh no, okay, I was supposed to... I got too ahead. Okay, I guess I gotta push him at that point. I was hoping I could just put the video. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. Right, no. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us the evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Okay, now I can do it. This is easy. I know where I'm going. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. It is a mystery as to why the camera is hip high. Judge doesn't know much, apparently. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence, or something of Jake Marshall. Let's just fast forward a bit here. We can... Oh, this time I get punished for messing up. Right, what's the pause key? Backspace, okay. I'm gonna pause this time. There we go, we got a bit of a whack smack. Bada bing, bada boom. He goes around because he knows the cameras. There we go. Okay, I know I paused, but luckily it's not moving anyway, the sheet, luckily. Oh, I already paused as a backup. Okay, bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well, that's true. You can clearly be seen in this video. That is 8 words, but do we count the first 2? Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. Okay. I guess we're not counting the first 2. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. I feel like he intentionally wanted this evidence found. Because I do think the objective is to just frame Edgeworth. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. So it's gonna rewind like, I don't know, 10 seconds maybe? Yeah, it's about 10 seconds. It's not there. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Yeah, the positioning of the thing is wild. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Edgeworth's like, the murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? He doesn't realize it's the fingerprints. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. Do I just present that? Oh, I guess I present this. A fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The locker can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Oh, he's eating, something. I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Okay. Is it like beef jerky, maybe? Or it could be chicken, yeah. Is some sort of meat. Order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from you. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so then, where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. So what am I... Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Was he not? Wait, who? Wasn't he not just there, but also who is who? I mean, V is Meekins. Yeah, he's just right there.
Take that!
Officer Marshall was standing right here. Oh, V killed. Oh yeah, okay. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Yeah, that I think that's what I mean. V victim and K killer. Wait, what? It wasn't that. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. Now they're ganging up on me. Hang on. Select the slot, save and double save. I'm not accidentally wiping a save like last week. Okay, now they're going up me. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would be... Look, at times like these, you've got to actually look at the tape. We've got time. So... Can I not fast forward now? Because it's not... No! Okay, we'll wait. It's gonna take 30 seconds though. Though technically... Yeah, that's definitely him walking. Like, that's Officer Marshall. I'm confident. Yeah, so he's like, I'm gonna whack this guy for being sus. Or I asked for his ID, he's like, no. So he's the killer, but I'm confused. It's gotta be V, yeah, it's gotta be the other way around. He was original. I guess it depends if he's... Well, then unless you're... So I'll try V. If it's not that, then I'm confused. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman... Okay, oh yeah, so the victim... Yeah, they're referring to Detective Goodman as the victim last one, and he's the killer, yeah. I just got a bit confused. But I guess, yeah, it's in the context of Detective Goodman. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. I mean, it's working, it's going on. Well, once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. Yeah. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. And he didn't show the card. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? He's not coming back now. Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Yeah, the ID was stolen. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins had realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? He's like, you've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying. Okay. You're gonna have to do better than that to bring a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. He's going after the beard. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Edgeworth, say something. Edgeworth, carry. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no places to go, return to the basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. Okay. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime, yet he did despite the chance it might be discovered later as it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. Okay. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. I actually have no idea. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. I mean, the stab wound? I think I can work this out. So we've got a little flag guy waving his flag. You know, he's just waving his flag, having a nice time. Wait, let's go back. Let's look at him. Is he holding anything? No. He's just got his a dress-up cloak. I don't know whether he's still wearing the cloak because I'm convinced. Okay, let's have a look. So we got the hat. No, it's not the hat. Yeah, so Meekins is it a band? It's a white cloth, right? So the flag is still there. Meekins is like, ah, you hurt me. He's like, okay, so there's blood coming from there. I'm guessing. Is the flag still there? Where is the flag? I can't see the flag. The flag is too low. I don't think it's the flag. No, the flag is kind of there. You can just about... I think there's like a slight bit of the flag. I'm just confused with... Am I overthinking? Am I overthinking the cloth? Maybe. Let's go back. So he's like, give me your ID. He's like, no, stab. He's like, oh, I'm gonna get you. And then he stabs. It's not the cloak, because this cloak is the same cloak that what's her face is wearing in this. Yeah, that's the same cloak, even though it doesn't have all the finer details. But I don't understand. I don't understand where this links. Because they want me to prove why the white cloth had to be hidden. And my assumption's the blood stain. Well, actually, I didn't go that far ahead. I stopped just before. He's knocked out. He's knocked out. I want to pause. I just want to fast forward. Okay, yeah, I accidentally had it backspaced apparently. I'm so confused why... Because it's not the flag. It's not the glove because we literally have the glove. I think I'm gonna have to try and do the stab wound just to see. Times like these. Oh, wait, I can't. I can't. Wait, maybe I can. Hang on. No, I can't save. Okay, this is fine. The only thing I can think is the stain. And then maybe that links it to the crime scene in the other place, which might clear Lana. Or something. So... Wait. Is he got... No, I didn't know if he had a white cloth on the handle. There's nothing in the locker besides the glove, I think? I don't think he goes in there. I'm gonna assume that maybe it's to do with the... Hang on, how do we pause here? Wait. I want to try this. For some reason you disguise yourself as Detective Good. I'm saving. Because it'll make me redo it again if I'm wrong. Which is the great thing. If I'm wrong. I had to do something to get me out of there. For some reason you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Okay, Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. Okay. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. But then that makes... Not bad, partner. But wait, no, because that still doesn't make sense. Because the photo, that just adds more delay time. That adds more delay time to this coat being given to her. Because it's in the locker. No! Am I just thinking too far ahead? Yeah. Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated you all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? I mean, didn't you only just start out 2 years ago? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Okay. Alright. It seems the time has come. I just don't understand how the coat got this quick enough. Unless the crime scene is, like, staged by a long time, I don't know. Had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah. I was worried after redo, so I wanted to save there. So the supposed victim was really you, but there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hands. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay. I'm still confused a little bit now. It's more the time confusion. Well, I mean, I know this isn't quite related to this. I'm just trying to think this. So he got to think 5:12, so that is 30 minutes. I'm just thinking, is there some reason these timestamps aren't quite accurate? Yeah, he was bandaged. His whole hand was bandaged, pretty much. I mean, I know her hand was bandaged too, which I don't quite understand why that had to be, unless it was to get her blood at the scene. When you say it, you mean... Yeah, Lana had a cut on her right hand too. Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident, 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with a transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone else says, partner, that case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? It's cause his brother, father, someone? That day was my last chance, that's why I already know. I know he definitely, his motive for wanting to look through it, looking at that file. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere, that's true. Yeah, it's to avenge his relative. So you did it to fool the security camera and the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. That was after he was dead. So the ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. Well, actually, if that's true, yeah, I think that's why they're actually... No, wait, I didn't mean to present that. No, hang on, I meant to look at it. The witness statement is clear. Oh no, I've lost a free life. It's fine. I just meant to look at it. No. Hang on. Okay, I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Okay. No, I'm just gonna pretend. I'm not gonna look at it. But I think they're basically trying to imply that Goodman got in there without his ID card. So the suspects then are really Edgeworth and whoever the the 7-7s is. Pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one in a million type of person. Yeah. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... Yeah, managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught. Okay. Let's push that. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. Okay, so what you're saying is, on that day... Who found Officer Meekins? Sorry, it just came to mind. Hang on, there wasn't any murder. Okay. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? Okay. The victim shown on that tape was me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. There was no evidence there. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. So the evidence is missing. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Let me just save. I feel like this is a point where I won't be able to save. His brother is in there. Hang on. So I think I've got to use that. But I don't know if I need to do anything after that. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country, just remember. I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Okay, I get to push this. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Yeah, it's gonna be relevant. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Is he gonna say? Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal, let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident, you know why? I'll press it and then I probably can present the evidence. Well, that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. Remember the Joe Dark case? It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him what I think his real reason is. Okay. Had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. Okay. Let's skip to the end. Okay, so present the files. Oh wait, I didn't actually press the present key. It's gonna ask me what page. What page was it on? Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I think it's... Well, page one's just the thing. It's definitely not the last page. I think the last page is just the investigators. Okay, I can look. Okay, I think it's... I want to say it's page 2. Yeah. Okay, yeah. There you go. Neil, Marshall. There's no page 5. Okay. I have the SL9 instant files here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. Oh, I don't even have to do the page. Okay. In a list of murder victims, Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. It's just last time they made me have to... When I had to use, like, case file, they made me do the pages. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh, we're going flashback time. Oh, he's got the... He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? Brother. He was my brother. Okay. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. Is there at least 4 more hours? No, I'm not going to finish it tonight. I'll finish it next stream. I'm going to finish up the stream once I do this bit of the case now. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. So he's by here. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. He kind of looks like... He kind of looks like the Chief of Police in the eyes. Maybe they're related, I don't know. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. It's the eyes. The eyes of a sus person. Okay. Yeah, it was arranged and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. Alright. At least according to the public records. Yeah, it's the green rings in his eye. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Is he trying to imply that Edgeworth killed the brother, which I don't think makes sense? I think it is actually the Chief of Police guy. He's too dodgy. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day that SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. I think he was trying to say that there's no way he would have lost in a fight, which I think sort of implies that someone trustworthy would have had to have killed him. I would have thought... There's definitely a resemblance, I think, to the guy and the Chief of Police guy. Maybe they swap places, who knows. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman? Wait a minute. Could that be the thing, though? I'm going down a conspiracy. Could the killer have swapped places with the Chief of Police somehow? Because the whole intro to this case is like... The whole concept seems to be like being in 2 places at once or something. I don't know. That's probably a rabbit hole. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole, yeah. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Okay. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. This is true. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder, the prosecutor's office is still... This is an inconsistency. This fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. There is. If no one was at the police... if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. I think what's supposed to happen is I clear her, which then makes Edgeworth the main suspect somehow. Got an objection. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. A sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. There's nothing you can do once you're prosed. There's no objections. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ah, no! No, don't just respond with that. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Objection. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. Objection. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. No, it can prove her innocent. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant. Objection. Object this. Or hold it. Oh, she's here. Okay. Your Honor. Wait. Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean? Right? Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Okay. Alright, it's story time. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye's sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. Okay, so did you find something? She's gonna say no. Okay, no. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Okay. She delayed the case long enough for Phoenix to say objection. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Oh no. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Understandably. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Hang on. This just in. I've got to save. I don't have enough lives to be guessing you. Okay. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object. Safe scumming will prevent my bad endings. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. Hang on. Times like these. I need to check this for a second. We can't see. Oh my, we can't see. We can't see if there's blood. Okay. I know what it is. The locker is covered by the blue badger. Okay. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Oh, he's sipping his drink. He's about to spit that out. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not you. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. The blue badger. Okay. Well, what? He's gasping. That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it'd be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. Oh. Oh no. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Hang on. Times like these, we need to actually look at the timestamps and not present there as evidence. So this is when he brought it in. Alright, this is when he brought the guy in. But was that handprint already there? But then Miles would have seen that. Unless, no. I don't know. I don't want to overthink this right now. Think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera, and this is why Miles gets framed. Because, I don't know. It's probably because it was just before the blue badger isn't there? Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. Okay. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. That's fair. It is 10 to 12. That's fair. Right. Good night. Right, let's have a look. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being killed by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? I'll have you know. I'm sure I said this earlier. But I'm sure I said I would have to prove Edgeworth did it to clear Lana or something. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh, the ID card record. Okay. We've got Miles, and we've got this mysterious 77777, so many sevens. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles. Miles Edgeworth. Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. No, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means that the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chat again. We've got 420. There's only one other card remaining. Number 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? They entered together. Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with a real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777, so many sevens. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. The clue will be the ID card that Phoenix had to use to get in. But today, sevens. I will say all the sevens, or try to. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you kept your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number and it's not all the sevens. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime within the law. Or with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Oh no. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence, oh no. Oh no. She just admitted to forgery. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No. Order, 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 order. Uh-oh. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream there. We finally got to the end. I think that took longer than 30 minutes. I am excited. I mean, if there's about 4 hours left, I should be able to do that in a stream. So I'll probably try to finish this case next week. And then I think I've done the first bit, right? Like there's 2 more in the trilogy. It was very fun. Let me save. I double save now. Ever since last week, I have to double save. I'm not risking it again. But yeah, I'm gonna go now. It was fun. Good night, good morning, good evening, wherever. But yeah, bye.